We are coming to you from US Cellular Field, where tonight Comcast Sportsnet presents White Sox baseball. It's Paul Konerko, Alexi Ramirez, Jake Peavy and the Sox as they get set to butt heads with Billy Butler and our nemesis, the Kansas City Royals. Hi, everybody, and welcome. With Steve Stone, I'm Ken Harrelson as we get set to bring you Game 2 of this 3-game set and Game 2 of this 9-game homestand. 3 with Kansas City, 3 with Cleveland, and then 3 with Texas. So the Sox coming off that 6-1 road trip, rolling into Chicago, looking to do some damage on this 9-game homestand. And last night, Bruce Chen was just outstanding. He just dazzled our hitters, and the Royals won that ball game 5-1. So we are now 3-6 against Kansas City this year. And tonight, Jake Peavy.
A couple of good right-handers going head-to-head, a couple of hot right-handers, and Jake Peavy is 5-5. But the last couple times out, he's really been terrific. If he shows anything like he's shown the last couple times out, he's going to be at the top of his game and probably good enough to beat this Kansas City team. But Luke Hochevar goes to the mound for Kansas City. He's 8-8. He also is throwing very well lately, probably the best baseball he has in quite some time. Former #1 draft choice, a guy who throws real hard. He's got a good overhand curveball, and we'll see what happens tonight. Both of these guys are .500 against their respective teams' lifetime. So this is an interesting matchup, and hopefully we can take the second game of the homestand and the second game of the series.
Well, hopefully we can get it in because you can see in the background the tarp is on the field. This game is going to be delayed. We expect to start from what we heard around 7 or 7:30. So sit back, relax, and stuff it down for a while, and hopefully White Sox baseball coming your way.
800 Xfinity today. Well, just a little under an hour and a half rain delay, but there will be baseball as the clouds have pretty much gone away. The rain certainly has, and Jake Peavy takes the hill. We'll take a look at how Ned Yost is going to line up his Kansas City Royals. Alex Gordon leading it off, and then it's Cabrera, who's been red hot, with Butler, Hosmer, Francoeur, Giavotella, Perez, Moustakas, and Escobar rounded out. The defensive degree setup and how they'll line up behind Jake Peavy. Pierre Diaz and Quinton left to right, with Morel, Ramirez, Vizquel, and Lillibridge at first base tonight. Tyler Flowers will be the catcher, and the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Jake Peavy. Trying to go 6-5, getting his ERA down. As you can see, strikeout to walk ratio has been terrific. So we're ready to play baseball, and I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Hawk Harrelson.
All right, Stone Pony, thank you. And once again, good evening, everyone, and welcome to White Sox baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Game 2 of this 3-game series and Game 2 of this 10-day, 9-game homestand. And the first pitch of the ball game to Alex Gordon is swung on, and 0-1 the count. Gordon comes in hitting at .302, 14 homers and 58 driven in, but that's not the whole story. He has 36 doubles, 4 triples, 11 stolen bases. There's the strike, and the count 0-2. An hour and 25-minute rain delay. Royals come in 50-69, 19 games under, as that's fouled back. They're hitting .267 as a ball club with a 4.42 team ERA. They're 31-32 at home, but only 19-37 on the road.
They got a pretty good offense. They're tied for third offensively in the league.
This is a solid offense.
Yep.
Well balanced, good contact,
and speed.
Well, they have 116 stolen bases. Once again, the 0-2 pitch. And that breaking ball down and in.
AJ's wrist is not going to allow him to play tonight, so Tyler Flowers once again will take over behind the plate. There's a look at Tyler.
Tyler might get a few games in.
I would think so. It's a tough injury.
And that ball hit hard but foul. Watch out. And if you missed that game last night, AJ's really been crushing the baseball. And here he turns right into it. That left wrist, and it took the full brunt. Now he stayed in the game for another half inning after Herm wrapped it up, but then he couldn't move his hand. He gone.
Jake heats him upstairs. This ball out of the zone, but tantalizing enough for strikeout number 1.
And here's one of our nemesis, Melky Cabrera, hitting at .310, 15 homers, 70 driven in. He was 2 for 5 last night with a big 3-run homer that put it out of reach for us. And as we speak, bottom of the 6th inning at Progressive Field, Cleveland leading 3-0 on a home run by who else as Drupal Cabrera.
But on the bright side, Baltimore leading Detroit 5-1. That game in the top of the 6th in Baltimore.
1-1 pitch, and that's foul straight back. Cabrera just continues to be a pain in the behind to our pitching staff. This year he's hitting at .366, couple of homers, 8 RBIs. Just got a piece of that in his career. .329, 8 homers, and 27 knocked in. It seems like every one of those home runs either broke the game open or beat us, one of the two.
You could hardly be more consistent, hitting .311 from the right side, .310 from the left side.
Good night bite at that one. This is the 10th meeting of the year between these two clubs in the first 9. We have won 3 of them. 3-6 against this team. As that pitch a little bit high.
That's the same pitch that he threw to Gordon and struck him out, but Cabrera wouldn't have it.
And another souvenir.
This Kansas City team has scored 80 more runs than we have, but their ERA 4.42. Our ERA 3.81.
And another souvenir. I'll tell you one thing, they're showing some terrific plate coverage all season long. We were just, you and I both were just amazed at Hosmer's plate coverage.
For a young slugger?
And you know who else was amazed? Was Will Ullman. That ball hit high into right field. So 2 down. And that'll bring up Billy Butler, who was 2 for 4 with a homer last evening. He comes in at 285. 14 homers and 63 driven in. Well, we talked about the doubles of Gordon at 36. Cabrera had 31. Butler's got 28. Francoeur's got 33. Strike on the corner. Butler 6 for 15 lifetime off Peavy. Into the 6th hits, 3 of them stayed in the park.
Just have to be careful back up the middle because Butler hits the ball very hard and uses the middle of the diamond a lot.
That's why he's such a good hitter. And here at beautiful USA Field, 330 down the left field line, 335 down the right field line, 375 in the gaps, and 400 straightaway center. Butler, for being a strong guy like he is, really keeps his hands inside the baseball. And that ball hit hard. Piazza. Butler can't believe he's just looking at him. So that's a hang wiffle. Billy, after having to play, it's Kansas City 0, and the good guys coming to bat.
Royals. Montpelier leading off, and it's Vizquel and Canerco, the DH once again, with Quentin, Ramirez, Diaza, Morel, Lillibridge, and Tyler Flowers getting the nod behind the plate. The degree defensive setup, and now they'll line up behind O'Shaver. Gordon, Cabrera, and Francoeur left to right. Moustakas, Escobar, Giavatella, Hosmer, and Perez. Texas' pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Luke Hochaver.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours. As first pitch strike from the 6'5", 222-pound right-hander, 27 years old, out of Knoxville, Tennessee. One at 281, a homer he's driven in 33. Sox come in hitting at 251 with a 3.81 team ERA. Sox 34-27 on the road, but 24-33. 24-33 here at home.
Hochaver's already set a career high in wins. He's 8-8. This is his 25th start. Has given up 18 home runs. That's a high number in that ballpark.
And there's a base hit.
Fastball right down the middle. And Juan, who's pulling the ball a whole lot more recently, takes advantage of that hole on the right side. Now Ozzie has a world of possibilities. He can certainly bunt with Vizquel, or you can hit and run with him.
Omar at 252. No homers. He was driven in 8. Pinch hit last night and drew a walk. Moustakas well in on the grass at third. Big gap out there in right center as he fakes the bunt and takes the strike.
Perez has a very strong arm behind the plate.
And we understand he really likes to throw to first as well, and third.
We saw him last night on a play he was going to throw to second.
Breaking ball strike and the count 0-2.
Here's a look at the youngsters. Salvatore Perez.
And too much time for Vizquel. Hochaver has a different mound presence now than when he first came into the league. That #1 pick. Everything seemed to be a sense of urgency, pedal to the metal. And this year and last, we saw him where he seems to have more composure out there.
He's at the point now. He was up parts of 07, 08, 9, and 10. So he's had 4 different shots at it. Looks like he belongs these days. When you're the first pick in the draft, #1 pick overall, it comes with some inherent pressure. And he was the #1 pick overall in 2006.
Pretty good lead by Pierre. And the 1-2. And he just gets him out of there. Quick hands. And it's in the seats for a souvenir.
Jeremy Guthrie has come very close to giving the entire lead back. Baltimore now leads 5-4, with Detroit threatening in the top of the 6th.
Another long set. And that's popped up. Had him off balance. And right now, let's check out our picks to click tonight. Jim and Joe, our director and the crew. They went with Brent Morrell. Stone Pony's going with Diaza and all the folks at Edwards Hospital, especially in the maternity ward, who did such a great job of taking care of Nicole, Mike Leary's new daughter, Emerson Brielle, and also took care of our son Casey back in the early 80s. All the good folks at Edwards Hospital. We're going to go with Juan Pierre. Edwards Hospital in Naperville. Good folks. Good hospital. Here's Paulie. Takes a breaking ball strike. Paulie hitting at 307, 26 homers and 80 knocked in. Saw that hitting streak. 9-gamer. And that pitch misses. Low and inside, 1-1.
If you don't run with Pierre here, you do risk the double play ground ball. Paulie's not going to be able to beat much of anything out if he gets it on the ground. You don't see a lot of 1-1 pitch outs.
2-1.
Jeff Cox going through his set of signs.
Well, the injury to Paulie didn't hurt his speed that much.
No.
It just hurts him when he runs.
Just feels a lot worse.
That's right. Paulie stayed inside of it, just underneath it. I'll tell you, Paulie has had this year, since he's been in a White Sox uniform, this swing has been absolutely the best looking right-handed swing you ever want to see. Aesthetically. Just underneath that one. Most of the time when you talk about pretty swings, about 98% of the time you're talking about left-handed hitters. Sweet swinging Billy Williams, Ken Griffey Jr., Rafael Palmeiro, guys like that. When you talk about sweet swinging right-handed hitters, you talk about Canerco, you talk about Al Kalines. Not too many.
I'd consider Albert Pujols right up there.
I don't think he's got a pretty swing. I think he's got a great swing because of the results. But as far as being, I'm talking about just pretty to the eye. Flowing, graceful. Albert just overpowers. So here's Quentin. Jammed him. So Juan Pierre gets the leadoff single, and he remains at first base as Hochevar retires the next three.
You can take a look at the home record as opposed to the road record. Batting average, very similar. It's runs per game. That's the big difference. And the inability to score them here at U.S. Cellular. Home runs, many more at home, but it doesn't translate into too many runs. And the ERA has been substantially better on the road.
So here's Hosmer, 21-year-old first baseman. Like Vladimir Guerrero, Hosmer likes first pitch anything. So 1 out. And here's Francoeur. Francoeur at 270, 15 homers, 64 knocked in. And he's had good success against Jake Meister. 18 at bats, 7 hits, all of which have stayed in the park.
He's part of a very talented defensive and throwing outfield for these Kansas City Royals.
Pitch inside. Nice. 1-2. Tried to double him up, just missed. He gone. 2 down.
92 and nothing fancy. Just throws a good moving fastball. Throws it right by Frank Gore. Tardy on that swing.
Johnny Giovatella, 24-year-old second baseman. Giovatella, 1 for 4 last night.
Did have a couple of stolen bases, although he runs well. He's just not a speed burner.
Cutter, slider, hard slider. 2-0 the count. And a reminder, halfway to St. Patty's Day, White Sox green caps and fireworks presented by Miller Lite is Friday, September 9th. First 20,000 adults ages 21 and over will receive a White Sox green cap presented by Miller Lite. So 866 Sox Game or WhiteSox.com.
All the pitches have been up and away, and Giovatella helped Jake out by swinging it a pitch out of the zone.
Well, he's only 5'8", so he's going to have a lot of pitches up and away. That's fouled back.
There you see the Bank of America pitch tracks, and you can see where the entire at bat has stayed. Everything up and away. And you figure with a youngster, if you throw that little cutter, keep it in the same spot, you're probably going to get a swing.
Payoff pitch. And that's poked into center field. So you can cancel a post-game show. First hit, first runner for Kansas City.
Jake got that one a little lower than he would have liked. It cost him a looping single. See, it's the first pitch in the at-bat that stays down. Got it off the end of the bat and dumped it in front of Diaz.
That'll bring up the 21-year-old catcher, Salvador Perez. Big man, 6'3", 244 pounds, from Valencia, Venezuela. Fouls that one away, and the count 0-1. Salvador, 3 for 11 since being called up.
He's been rated as the best defensive catcher in the entire organization 3 straight years. Now he's getting a chance. If he can swing the bat a little bit, and you think he could by some of his numbers in the minor leagues, the defense is there.
Quick move by Peavy.
Jake's got a good one. One of the better right-handed moves around. He's quick, and he usually throws it right on the mark.
Outfield just slightly to the right. Gap in left center. Morrell back and off the line at third. Big hack. No contact. And the count 0-2. In the finale tomorrow afternoon, it'll be Johnny Danks against Jeff Francis, a couple of southpaws, and that game right back here on Comcast Sportsnet. Off day on Monday. And then the Indians come to town Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And they're going to run 3 pretty good pitchers out there. Waldo Jimenez, Fausto Carmona, and Justin Masters. He gone. 3rd strikeout for the Jake Meister. And we'll go to the bottom of the 2nd scoreless. So far through the first 2 innings, Jake Peavy looks crisp.
Jake looks terrific. Coach Haber looks pretty good. Should be a good pitcher's duel tonight. And hopefully we can break the jinx of the Royals. So far it hasn't been pretty against them this year.
Alexei will lead it off. Hitting at .262, 12 homers, 49 driven in. Takes first pitch strike. Alexei 0 for 5 last night, but 7 for 15 lifetime off Hochevar. One and one to count. That's low, 2-1. Bottom of the 7th in Cleveland, 3-1. Indians over Minnesota. Tigers leading Baltimore 6-5. As the count moves to 3-1.
We caught a break there. That looked like a pretty decent pitch. Alejandro Diaz, playing center field, has already made 1 good catch tonight.
And there's ball 4. So the dreaded leadoff walk. Alejandro at .276 with a homer and 2 RBIs. There goes Alexei, and there's a ground ball. Moustakas says looks the second.
And good hustle on the part of Perez, because with Moustakas having to range wide of the bag, nobody was home at third. So rather than give Alexei a chance to head down there, Perez, with no responsibility on the play, covered third.
That was his responsibility. did it well. As here's Morrell. Brent hitting at 258, a couple of homers, and 22 knocked in. Breaking ball strike. Ran 0 for 4 last night, and he has faced Hochevar 3 times, and he's drawn the collar.
It's a pretty hard slider at 89 miles an hour.
Hochevar and Perez taking a long time. Count evens at 1. Cubs leading the Braves 5-2. That's in the 7th inning down in Atlanta. Hochevar wants a little conversation with him.
The umpires for the game tonight: Chris Guccione behind the plate. Mike Muchlinski is at first. He's the crew chief. Mike Winters at second. And Mike Everett. It's a crew of Mikes.
Bit of a gap out there in right center. And there's a chopper 2 hopper. Escobar. And that's out number 2. And a reminder, join the Shy Sox mobile group by texting Comiskey, C-O-M-I-S-K-E-Y, to 244-769 for a chance to win $100 in Comiskey cash and 4 premium lower box tickets to the game on September 9th. So text Comiskey 244-769 to enter. Brent Lillibridge hitting at 255, 9 homers. He's driven in 18. Curveball.
That's a good overhand curve by Hochevar. We're getting a little glimpse at the stuff that made him the first pick in the draft in 06. Hasn't consistently been there, but lately he's thrown well.
And the ball gets away, but not far enough.
Looks like he might have gotten crossed up somehow.
Did that get Guccione?
It might have. He was sitting inside. Yet hit off the glove, hit off the mask. The fact that it did hit off the mask
saved a run.
It saved the Royals a run.
The 1-1 pitch. Close. Not too much, Brent. Outfield. Straight up, bunched just a hair. And that's off the end of the bat to even the count at 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Alexei at third. He gone. Good pitch. And we're into the third, no score. Change up strike. Knight comes in at 191, a homer. He's driven in 11. 0 for 4 last night, and lifetime against Peavy 0 for 5. And he's 0 for the White Sox this year. And the count 0-2. A 22-year-old. They've got a very young lineup out there, but they're dangerous. Gordon's 27. Melky Cabrera's 26. Butler's 25. Hosmer's 21. Francoeur's 27. Givotella is 24. Perez is 21. Moustakas 22. And Escobar is 24.
And when they get the pitching to go along with what has been a fairly productive offensive club, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Well, the oldest guy they have is 27.
Not bad for your starting 8. Starting 9, actually.
He gone. 4 strikeouts now for the Jake Meister.
Moustakas is going to be pretty happy when he no longer has to see that Sox logo, because he has yet to get a base hit. Only hit a couple of balls hard in 24, 25 at bats.
So here's Escobar hitting at 255, a couple of homers. He's driven in 36. They had 253 up there on the graphic you saw, and that is correct because they took a hit away from him last night and gave Brent Morrell an error. And a nice catch by one of the momentary bobble. Kept control and got himself a souvenir.
We've seen Escobar hit the ball pretty hard to right center field.
Well, he's just got a lot of talent. Got a gun for an arm, good hands, and he looks like he's going to be a pretty good hitter. Pops that one up into short center field. Piazza. Alejandro's got him for out number 2. That'll bring up Alex Gordon, the left fielder, the leadoff hitter. I mentioned Jimenez, Carmona, and Masterson for the Indians Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We're going to run Floyd, Burley, and Umber out there. So there's going to be some good pitching going on in that 3-game set. Can't get that one. And Bacardi at the Park. The White Sox new restaurant bar is open, offering a full menu from Gibson's Restaurant Group. Bacardi at the Park is a place to meet and watch all the action on over 70 screens. Bacardi at the Park is open at 11 a.m. before all home games, and the best thing about it is right across the street from U.S. Cellular Field.
Jake's doing what he's done over the last 3 or 4 starts. Moved the ball around, changed speeds with his fastball, and pretty much kept it out of the middle of the plate.
One and two. Gordon lays off that one. Chased it back in the first inning. Was up and away. And a full count. Jake's making guys move their eyes. When you get 2 things a pitcher's got to do, as you know, you got to make them move their feet occasionally, and you got to make them move their eyes. He gone. 5 strikeouts for Jake. And we'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. No score.
players in Royals history with 50-plus doubles in a season. You think about that for a bit. We'll get back to you with the answer a little later in the game.
Tyler Flowers will lead it off for us here in the bottom of the third. And back to the top of the order with Juan Pierre and Omar Vizquel to face Luke Hochevar. Tyler 2 for 13 since being called up. And there's a base hit. That boy Tyler. That young man, I hope that he catches one so all our fans can see just how strong he is. He can hit it as far as anybody. 6'4", 245 pounds. And here's Juan Pierre. We have 2 hits. Flowers just got one, and Juan got one leading off the bottom of the first. Huge gap out there in right center. One of the bigger gaps you want to see.
Here's our AT&T Uverse multi-view. Give you an idea of the center field camera. Show you where Moustakas is lining up. Give you a look at Tyler Flowers. And, of course, Juan Pierre.
And there's a strike, 2-1 to count. I wish all fairways were that wide.
Doesn't work out that way. Trees and traps.
Three and 1 to count. Gotta hurry. One out.
Good solid play by Johnny Giovitella. You're not going to be able to double up Juan Pierre on this slow developing play, especially going away from the throw. Escobar makes sure that Flowers can't get a piece of him, but on the return, Juan beats it by a good step and a half.
So here's Omar. Omar popped up to Escobar. There's a bite. And it's foul. Few finals. Milwaukee shut out Pittsburgh today, 1-0. Yankees over Tampa Bay 9-2 in the Bronx, and Texas beat Oakland 7-1 out at the Coliseum. And that ball hit into right field. Francoeur's a good one. He plays very shallow, as does Cabrera. Not like Adam Jones of Baltimore. But those guys out here in Kansas City outfield and Baltimore, that's 2 of the better outfields in the American League defensively. So here's Konerko. He put a good pass on it and popped up a high pop-up to Giovitella at second. Takes it right there. Gap out there in right center. And a hard slider. So the count 0-2.
You can throw that slider 88, 89 miles an hour. Makes that 78 mile an hour curveball that much better.
Too much time again. Well, the biggest thing for a hitter, though, is that he doesn't mind a hard slider if it's flat. If it's got some tilt to it, then you got a big problem. That's foul. And you can provide your guests with the ultimate baseball experience in the LG Skyline Club seats, or the United Scout seats, or the Gold Coast Tickets Club, or Diamond Suites. Premium seating areas offer exclusive amenities and benefits. So for information, call 312-674-1000 or visit whitesox.com/premium seating. There he goes. He's safe. That's number 20 for one. Now pick him up, Paulie.
Not an easy ball to throw for Perez because this ball was up and in. Juan gets a good jump. Throws a pretty good one. But Juan to the back of the bag. Gets in just ahead of the tag.
Well, you see what Givatello's doing. He's not coming up in front of that bag. He's got that foot planted right there. Forces you to go to the back. Now he knows where you're going. So it's a two-way positive for him and the catcher. Boy, they're having a lot of trouble.
You got a rookie catcher and a somewhat young but still a veteran pitcher. But after you have this conference, there's no reason to go through a set of signs. Catchers will consistently do it, but he's already told them what he wants to throw.
That ball hit hard. Stretch. He looks up. You can put it on the ball. Yes. Yes. Two-run shot by Paulie, number 27. And the Sox lead it 2-0. Take some more time.
RBI's 81 and 82. Perez wanted it low and away. He was well up on the count. Ochaver decided he was going to throw a high fastball, and he couldn't get it by him. Look at how much he misses his spot on the Ford home run replay. Instead of being low and away, it goes up and in and out. So Jake's got a two-run lead to work with.
And here is Quentin. He hit a little soft fly ball in the center field, takes a breaking ball strike. And, of course, with that home run by Canerco, the Alex Snellius family will donate $100 to White Sox charities for every Sox homer hit throughout the course of the season. And that is number 116. So $11,600 donated to White Sox charities. Alex Snellius in loving memory of Ursula. He's off that one. Carlos started walking back to the dugout. Turn around and ask the umpire. Maybe he pulled a little something.
Didn't look like he was all too comfortable when he was walking away and then slowly walked back.
With a 2-run homer by Pauly, it is 2-0 White Sox.
Four or more with the KFC 10-piece family feast. Just $20.
First pitch strike to Melky Cabrera leading off here in the top of the fourth. 2-3-0 for our Sox. 0-1-0 for their Royals. And that's out of play. So very quickly, 0-2.
50 multi-hit games. Second most in the AL this year.
1-2 the count. And there's a hit.
Boy, a big aggressive turn by Cabrera, putting the pressure on Quentin to get it back in. Then Omar went behind him, but Cabrera got back.
So the second hit for Kansas City. And here's Billy Butler. He hit a ball very hard into right center field deep that Diaz went back and made the play on. And there's one in the hole. Look at this. He got him. He got the ball. Mercy. What a play by Ramirez. Wow.
You can see Alexi had to go a long way. And Cabrera has got good speed, but not good enough to outrun the arm of Ramirez. Terrific play. And he does have him by plenty.
Outstretched as much as he can to stay on his feet. That is a major league play. So here's Hochevar. He lined out hard to Quentin. He's going to be hacking if it's close. This guy might be the most aggressive hitter in the American League.
Well, he's still young enough where that big power is going to come to him.
Oh, he's going to hit a lot of home runs.
He's got big enough power now.
He's going to hit a lot of home runs. He's going to hit a lot of line drives that just don't come down, like the big hurt Frank Thomas did. Breaking ball. And the count 2-2. Frank always considered himself a line drive hitter, which is a good approach. He wanted to hit line drives, but when he hit them, they just didn't come down. And there is the statue of the big hurt. Two-two pitch. He was all over that one, just underneath it.
He got a fastball right down the middle. Unfortunately, he did foul it straight back.
Lillibridge guns down. He gone. Beautiful play by Brent Lillibridge and a beautiful peg to second base, and that'll retire the side. Mercy, some defense in that inning. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. It is still 2-0 Sox.
History with 50-plus doubles in a season, and the answer, Billy Butler in 09 and Hal McRae, 54 of them in 1977. Helping them to fly by the Southside Hitmen. We had the lead for a long time that year. Kansas City, just a little too tough.
First pitch to Alexei, right on the outside corner. Ramirez drew a walk with the second inning. And that's low. Yeah, that Kansas City team in that time zone, very, very competitive. Escobar can't get him. Good try. Base hit.
Good effort by Escobar. And on the other end, Hosmer's fortunate this ball doesn't get by him. Tries that big sweep, loses the glove. But he's able to keep the ball in play.
So here's Diaza. He grounded out to Moustakas. Big gap out there in right center. Alejandro, if you can hit it, buddy. Two 4-0 for us, 0-2-0 for them here in the bottom of the fourth inning if you're just tuning in. That's outside. Reminder, Friday, August 19th, well, that's Elvis night. The years our White Sox take on the Rangers at 7:10. Enjoy Elvis night and post-game fireworks presented by Frito-Lay. So for tickets, call 866-SOX-GAME or visit whitesox.com. It's August 19th, Friday, August 19th, Elvis night. Takes a bunt, takes the ball, and the count 2-0. There's the strike. Top of the ninth in Cleveland, 3-1. Indians leading Minnesota. And it is final. As Jim Thome strikes out to end the ball game. Indians just think they can.
Right now they're 60 and 57. 3 games over. 2.5 back pending the outcome of that Detroit game.
Here goes Alexei. A ball in the center field. That'll be a stolen base and an error. Boy, what a jump he got. Hochevar taking all the time in the world in that windup and getting rid of it.
Steals a bag, and then the throw is way off the mark. It's a good curveball, but that throw is nowhere near the bag. Not much of a chance for Giovatello to come across and get it. So there's a big run, 90 feet away with only 1 out.
So here's Brent with the infield in. Morel grounded out to Escobar. Takes it right there. Slider. As Drupal Cabrera, 3-run homer, his 20th of the season. Came into this year with only 18 major league homers. So the bat explodes, and that's out number 2.
Hosmer taking a look across the diamond at Ramirez the whole time. And no real chance to even take a couple of steps.
So a big out, and here's Lillibridge, who struck out, called out.
Hochevar has 5 wild pitches, and you've got a good curveball, you're going to throw a few wild pitches. Plus he has a rookie catcher behind the plate. So Alexei has to anticipate a ball in the dirt.
Takes ball one. Small gap out there in right center. Outfield short. Nice pick by Escobar. Nice play by the Royal shortstop. And that saves a run. We're into the fifth, leading 2-0. $500 texter, you could win $5 footlong subs from Subway. I had one for lunch today. It was just delicious. The cold cut combo. As there's a base hit by Francoeur to lead off here in the top of the fifth.
Let's take a look at the Escobar play off the bat of Lillibridge. Just an outstanding effort on a one-hop rocket. And he's able to make the play, and here it is as we slow it down and show you the look.
Givitella had the first hit, poked a single into center field. One and one to count to the rookie second baseman. There he goes. And the ball gets by Omar. So Francoeur in the third. He picks up his 19th stolen base.
Stolen base E2. Now it picks up his second air in as many nights. Big jump. Not a good throw.
No, good throw gets him. And it's up high, 2-2. Bow your neck right here, Jake Meister. And a full count.
Nobody out. The infield back conceding the run.
Payoff pitch. And that's a base hit. So it's a 2-1 ball game.
This is a 4th run batted in by Johnny Giavotella. His 2nd hit of the night.
That'll bring up the catcher, Salvador Perez, who struck out. Struck out swinging on a fastball.
Well, Jake went over there, but you got to let the man get off the bag because that's where he was standing.
And that's inside. Want to know the count for the 21-year-old catcher. Two 4-1 for us, 1 4-1 for them here in the top of the 5th. Just tuning in, we have a 1 hour, 25-minute rain delay. And the count 2-0. There's a strike. Chases a pitcher's pitch on 2-1, and the count evens.
This is a cutter out of the zone, way out of the zone.
Pretty good job by Perez right there just to foul that pitch off.
If nothing else, Jake is going to wear him out.
Nothing else, he's going to wear himself out. And there's a base hit. That's what happens when you concentrate so much on that runner. You got to get the hitter. So a double by Perez, and trouble brewing right here in the top of the 5th inning.
Italian go-ahead run on base, nobody out. And that ball on the inner portion. Perez takes it down the line. Jake's got some trouble.
So his first major league extra base hit. And that'll bring up Moustakas. He struck out swinging on a slider. And chops that one foul. Chases that one, and very quickly the count 0-2 with Alcides Escobar on deck. Caught. Good base running right there by Kansas City. 1 out.
Well, Jake got it. Took a look around the bases, realizing that neither guy was off that far. As Moustakas bidding for his first hit, fortunately hits it to the glove side, and Jake was able to look at third, then look at second. And the runner stayed put.
So here's Escobar. He went out to center field. And there's a base hit. And the game is tied at 2.
RBI number 37 for Escobar. First ball, fastball swinging. That ball is up and out over the plate, and that's exactly what Escobar does with it.
That'll bring up Alex Gordon. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. A 2-2 tie, but they are threatening for more.
Well, you have to keep a close eye on Escobar because he'll be off to the races also.
First pitch strike.
Right at the league average, 11 for 20. Driving in the man from third base with less than 2 outs.
Well, there have been some great places to hit in a lineup. And one of the greatest places in the history of this game to be a hitter was batting second when Ricky Henderson was playing for Oakland.
See a lot of fastballs.
You're going to get some fastballs. There he goes. And he picks up his 18th stolen base.
Second of the inning, and Ozzie is still going to play the infield back. They're still going to concede the go-ahead run to try to stay out of the big inning.
Kansas City stole 5 last night, 2 tonight. They now have 118 on the season. And there's a little flipper. Alexei's got him for out number 2. Good thing he played the infield back. So here is Cabrera. He's 1 for 2. Takes the fastball high. Now they're going to go ahead and put him on to get to Butler. And that's ball 4.
There was some pretty good glove work in the 4th inning that helped Jake get out of that inning unscathed. Butler chops it. Ramirez comes up with a tremendous play in the hole. And then the 3-6 double play with a throw right on the button to cut down Butler. It's 2-0 at that point. It's tied at 2 now with the bases full of Royals.
And a good hitter at the plate takes a breaking ball strike. Butler now 6 for 17 lifetime off Jake with 3 homers. And that is high. Quentin giving chase.
Just comes up a little short. Looked like for a minute he had a shot at it. But no.
So 0-2. Jake's got a little room here to maneuver in. Low and away. Take him right here, Jake. Don't want to go full.
Left that one up and out over the plate. That looked like a little cutter. Fortunately, Butler fouled it back. Bank of America pitch tracks. Watch where the 5 appears. Very hittable.
Ground ball, base hit. That'll score a pair. And it's 4-2 Kansas City.
Butler goes up the middle with the best in this game. Driven in 64 and 65. Omar playing him straight away. That was a slider out of the zone. But with the bases loaded, too close to take. And he drilled it by Vizquel.
So the Royals hit around here in the top of the 5th, putting that 4th spot up on the board. And we're not out of it yet. Here's Hosmer. Now feel straight up, spread out, about equidistant. As that pitch is hit hard but foul. 1-1 the count.
Jose Valverde recorded his 35th consecutive save as Detroit hangs on to beat Baltimore 6-5, coming from 5-0 down.
Jake's got him, but a big crooked number goes up on that board. We're halfway home. We trail it 4-2. as we trail it now by 2. We were leading 2-0. They scored 4. If you're just tuning in, it'll be Flowers and back to the top of the order with Pierre and Vizquel. Tyler scalded one in the hole for a base hit. Pulled off that one just enough, and the count evens at 1. Top of the 9th in St. Louis. Rockies leading the Cardinals 5-1. Cubs leading Atlanta 8-3. That's in the top of the 9th down in Georgia. Arizona leading the Mets 6-4. Bottom of the 7th in Phoenix. Giants beat the Marlins 3-0. Lincecum 11-9 with a 2.58. The winner. 1-2 the count to Flowers. Cincinnati hammered San Diego 13-1. Phillies 11, Washington 3. Oswalt over Lannon. Just got a piece of that fastball. Texas beat Oakland 7-1. Colby Lewis over Trevor Cahill. Yankees over Tampa Bay 9-2. Phil Hughes. He had good stuff against us, and I guess he carried it on into that start against Tampa Bay. 2-2 the count. Fano just hammered the Angels 11-2 up at Rogers Center. Romero over Weaver. And Milwaukee shut out Pittsburgh 1-0. That's high and deep. Stretch! Stretch! Get on back there. He looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes! His first major league homer. And it's a 4-3 ball game. It won't be his last.
First home run, first run driven in, a towering drive over the center field score. Well, center field wall at 400 feet. This one just got up in the air and kept on going. A Ford home run replay. Pitches up and out over the plate, and Tyler Flowers loses it.
He just muscled it out of here. He caught that towards the end of the bat. A normal guy, that's just a fly ball to center. So here's Pierre. Juan is 1 for 2 with a stolen base and a run scored. And that's chop foul. So the second home run of the game. Paulie with that 2-run shot in the 3rd, and now Tyler leading off here in the 5th. Just got a piece of it.
And it bounced right back to Pierre, who swung at it, fouled it back, and caught it on a fly.
And there's a base hit. Pierre with a good hard turn. Pulls it up. So good speed aboard.
Juan stole a base back in the 3rd inning after he got on base because of a force out and scored ahead of the Paul Konerko 2-run homer.
There's Vizquel. Omar somehow be trying to get him over. See what Ozzie wants to do. Outfield very short and swung well around to the left. Huge gap in right center. And a reminder, you can visit the online shop of the White Sox. You can browse the largest selection of official gear, including the latest apparel, nostalgic memorabilia, and authentic classics for the whole family. So get your gear from the official source. Shop at whitesox.com.
Coach Avery now given up 20 home runs. Nobody else on the team is even close.
And that changeup down low. In that Cleveland 3-1 victory over Minnesota, Tomlin the winner. He's 12-5 with a 3.97. Dunsing the loser. He's 8-11. Chris Perez picked up his 25th save. And the count 2-0. For many years, Omar, one of the best in the business, one of the best ever, hitting that hole with a man on first. And there's the strike. There he goes. And Hosmer makes the play for out number 1. So Pierre at second.
Here's our Xfinity high-speed action replay, and it came off a bat of Paul Konerko in the 3rd inning. He had a couple of strikes on him and then tried to throw it low and away, got it up and in. At the time, it made it 2-0. That was Paulie's 27th.
So the tying run at second. And that nice pick right there by Perez.
American League home run leaders, Bautista tied with Granderson. Teixeira just one back. And Paulie hanging right there with Reynolds. One ahead.
And he's got the catbird seat at 2-0. Ooh. Getting the over-breaking ball.
85 right down the middle.
There's a rule, those getting the over-breaking balls on 2-0, 3-2 have a tendency to go a long way. Another one. Popped up. Brancourt comes in. He plays short anyway. So 2 down, and that'll bring up Quinton, who has flied softly to center and struck out. Takes first pitch strike. And that Cub Brave game. Uggla 2 for 3 with a homer. 33 game hitting streak. And he's hitting at 232.
Came from a long way back in the 160.
He must have been a long way. One hopper. And that'll do it. But the homer by Tyler Flowers, his first major league homer. And it's a 4-3 Kansas City lead.
Staff. 3.65 ERA since the All-Star break. That's second in the American League behind the Texas Rangers. And Jake, 1 run down after a 4-run fifth. He's got to hold him right there.
Grancourt started off that 4-run fifth with a base hit, stolen base. 4-3 Royals on top. Big hack and no contact for an 0-2 count.
That was a very slow curveball he threw.
Another one. That one in the dirt. 4-7-1 for their guys. 3-6-1 for our guys. Checks it up. Looks like Milwaukee is going to stretch their lead over St. Louis to 5 games. Bottom of the 9th in St. Louis. Rockies leading 6-1. Estrada shut out Pittsburgh 1-0. He gone. Six strikeouts for Peavy.
Milwaukee is now 43-15 at home. You go there, you got some problems.
That's Stout. As that ball hit hard by Givotella. And Juan Pierre's there. 2 down on a nice catch, timing catch by Pierre.
Unfortunately, a little man hit it because he hit it hard enough to get it out, but Juan Pierre had other ideas. Goes back right by Minnie Minoso.
So here's Perez. A strikeout, and then had a big double last inning. Right down in the left field corner. Gabe was paying a lot of attention to Giavotella at first. Had Perez in the hole, and after 3 or 4 consecutive throws over to first base, he got the double. Got to get the hitter. 1-2 the count.
Perez looks like a different hitter against that off-speed breaking ball, or any breaking ball for that matter.
And Roger Bossard just talked to Ozzie down in that dugout. And there's only one reason he would do that. Because that's a nice 1-2-3 inning for Peavy. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. We trail it by 1. Matchups, promotional nights, and post-game fireworks still remain. So purchase your tickets by visiting whitesox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME. It'll be Ramirez, Diaza, and Morel to face Luke Hochevar. Alexei has walked, and he had an infield single, also picked up a stolen base. One pitch and 1 out.
It's the first time Alexei's been retired tonight.
So here's Alejandro. He's grounded to third and struck out.
Just in case, Moustakas is in at the grass, well off the line at third.
And the count 2-0. It's 3-0. Don't help him out. And that's ball 4. So the 1-out walk. Alejandro 2 for 3 in stolen bases.
That's the second walk of the night for Hochevar. He has yet to have a 1-2-3 inning.
So here's Brent. He's grounded to short and grounded to first. and takes a strike. Outfield about equidistant and short, especially Francoeur. There he goes, hit and run on. And the count 0-2.
A good idea with Morel trying to hit it through that vacated right side as Giavotella was covering. But he couldn't keep it between the lines.
Two out.
Looked like Brent was asking for timeout. Chris Guccione did not acknowledge it. And if the ump doesn't acknowledge it, you just have to stand in there. So he might not have been ready, but he's a strikeout victim anyway.
Now, when a guy's taking as much time as Hochevar and the hitter asks for time, the umpire should give it to him. It's just that simple. He's been taking an inordinate amount of time every inning. And Lillibridge takes it right there. 1-1 to count. Lillibridge has struck out and then hit a hard smash. There's Roger. Roger Bossert. There's another shot. That's into get by him. Get by him. It won't. So a good job by Cabrera to get over there and cut it off. So a smash off the bat of Lillibridge. Two down, runners at the corners, and here comes Tyler Flowers. And here's what he did leading off last inning.
Again, it would look like a slider up and out over the plate and took it out. So he's 2 for 2 in his perfect night with the tying run 90 feet away.
Now we would hope for maybe one of those Hochevar curveballs in the dirt.
He's had 5 of those this year.
Well, as you mentioned, anytime you get a guy with a good curveball, they're going to have a lot of wild pitches.
Unless you have one spectacular catcher. And even then, it won't save you every time.
That one hangs inside. And there's a strike. Well, I've checked my iPad for 2 weather channels. Different ones. One of them says we're in good shape, and the other one says we're not in good shape, which is not good, trailing by a run.
Let's take the one that says we're in good shape. Unless we don't bring the run home.
And there's a chopper 2 hopper, and that'll end the inning. So we have a 2-out threat go by the boards, and we'll go to the 7th.
it to love it. Prices and participation may vary. For a limited time, a la carte only.
It's the 7th inning and a 4-3 Kansas City lead. It'll be Moustakas, Escobar, then back to the top of the order, Alex Gordon. Mike Moustakas has struck out and line back to Peavy. First pitch strike. Now both my weather radar channels are saying we're in trouble. So we'll see. That ball into right field. Got it off the end of the bat. 1 out.
Will Oman, Jesse Crane loosening in the pen.
Double-barreled activity as here's Escobar. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI single and a run scored. Escobar, good plate coverage. He also picked up his 18th stolen base. That breaking ball off the end of the bat. Two down.
Jake ready to deliver pitch number 108.
Alex Gordon, couple of strikeouts and a pop up to short. Good pitch. You can either foul it off if he wants to hit it hard, hit it right in his own dugout. Two and one to count. And there's a base hit. Gordon has 11 stolen bases in 18 attempts. And a reminder, you can stop by the Comcast Fundamentals deck at US Cellular Field for the ultimate game day experience. You can visit the Comcast dugout to see official White Sox equipment, take photos next to life-size player cutouts, and listen to updates about the White Sox pitching staff on the Xfinity Voice dugout phone. All brought to you by the good folks at Comcast. Cabrera takes low ball 1. He's 1 for 2 with a walk. That was an intentional walk.
You'd have to think Gordon would be going somewhere in this sequence. I don't see many 1-0 pitch outs.
Two and nothing to count. Bear with the 2-1 count. There's a shot. What new? So he is 2 for 3. He is 4 for 8 in the series with a homer and 3 RBIs. And here comes Ozzie.
115 pitches, and that's going to be it as Jake is going to leave. He's going to leave a couple men on and losing by 1 run. So as Jesse Crain comes into the game, we'll step out and be back after these messages. Crane, 6-3, ERA 2.61, on for the 52nd time. He inherits Royals at first and second. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. Ducks trail by a run, and Jesse has to hold him right there, and he'll be looking in at Billy Butler, who singled, drove in 2 in the 5th inning.
Two on, 2 out. Top of the 7th. 4-9-1 for Kansas City. 3-7-1 for our Sox. Butler now 65 RBIs. First pitch strike. Now feels slightly to the right, gap out there in left center. And that's just off the corner. Butler now 3 for 7 in the series with a homer and 4 RBIs. Two and 1. Had him off balance. So 2-2 the count.
Good breaking ball, went straight down.
Pops him up right side. Lola Bridge. Got to play. Makes it. And that'll retire the side. So they threaten with 2 out. Can't score 7th inning stretch. We need 1 to tie. First pitch low and in to Juan Pierre, leading off here in the bottom of the 7th. 4-3 Royals. Juan is 2 for 3 with a run scored and a stolen base. Here's the strike to even the count. And that's back up the middle. And that's going to be a base hit. So Juan is 3 for 4. More importantly, the tying run aboard with nobody out.
Bullpen up and going for the Royals. As good a night as Juan has had, he carries the tying run with him. Escobar picks this ball cleanly. He's got a shot with as strong an arm as he has, but he can't pick it cleanly.
So here's Omar. He's 0 for 3. He's popped to short, going out to right, and grounded to first. Moustakas in on the grass at third. Outfield short, swung around to the left. As he fakes a bunt and takes the ball. Konerko on deck. And that hit him.
Umpire saying no. Saying it hit the bat. Or hit the bat,
but it hit him. Boy, Aaron Rowan did that. And it popped his finger. So 1-1 to count. The hand's considered part of the bat. Now once again, And that pitch well outside. So 2 balls and a strike.
About ready to deliver pitch number 101.
Three and one.
See how patient Ned Yost is, because it looks like Hochevar's hit the wall. Aaron Crow throwing in the pen.
And that's ball 4. So here comes Kansas City skipper. As the first 2 men have reached that infield single, and he's made the call to the bullpen. So Hochevar will depart, and we'll be back. Afternoon showdown. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Felco White Sox pregame live. White Sox Royals tomorrow at 12:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Our Toyota call to the pen is Aaron Crow. Aaron had 7 wild pitches this year. He's 3-3, ERA 2.24. For the 46th time. He inherits both the tying and the go-ahead run on base. First and second, nobody out. And he's going to look at the heart of the order.
So here's Pauly. He's one for 3 with that 2-run homer. Last time he was out on that mound. Balked. Win a game with a walk-off balk.
Well, another one right here would be welcome. Crow has the most unusual motion. #1 pick. After being the #1 pick of the Washington Nationals, the next year, #1 pick of the Royals.
He's a rapper. And the count, 1-1. Big pitch right here in this scenario. The 1-1. And it goes advantage Crow. And just did get a piece of it. Come on, Paulie. Big gap out there in right center. And that's blocked nicely by Salvador Perez, a 21-year-old catcher.
Tried to wipe him out with the curveball. Perez kept the ball in front of him. And it was a very long hop. That ball bounced in front of the plate.
Big strikeout, one down.
That's Crow's best pitch. That's how he tried to get him. And that one was a good one.
Well, about 99% of wrappers have a good curveball. Somewhere in that windup, you got to wrap it. They just wrap it early. Yes, here's Quentin. Unfortunately, you can't see it from home plate. Quentin has popped up the center. Watch out. Struck out and grounded to short. Outfield. Bunch just a bit for Quentin. And short. There's a base hit. Down into the corner, so Juan's going to score. Omar is on his way to third on a double by Quentin, and this game is tied at 4. Yes. Double number 30 for Quentin.
Drives in run number 73. And keeps 2 men in scoring position. That fastball is low and on the inner half. And Carlos crushed it.
Don't stop now, boys. Ducks on the pond. 1 out, and here's Alexei. He has walked, singled, stolen a base, and he's also flied to center. And takes ball 1. Right side in. Escobar about halfway. There is 2-0 the count. Totals on the board identical at 4, 9, and 1. Fooled him completely with that one on a 2-0 count. Crow just 24 years old, 6'3", 188 pounds, out of Lantana, Texas. And the count 2-2. Bristle up right here, Alexi. Got to bow your neck, buddy. And that's off the corner. So a full count with Alejandro Diaz on deck. Payoff pitch. And that's ball 4. So the sack's packed, and here comes Diaz. Now Escobar and Perez want to have a little chit-chat with Crow. Alejandro has grounded to third, struck out, and walked. Outfield. Swung well around to the left for him. Gap out there in right center. And a big hole between first and second. So Vizquel at third. Quentin at second. Ramirez at first. And checks it up and takes low ball 1. Always a big pitch. First pitch of the sequence. Not too much time again for Diaz. And that is almost a 5-4 Sox lead as it almost hit him. Meanwhile, he's got a 2-0 count.
That had a chance to be the 8th wild pitch for Crow. But he was saved by Perez.
And the count 3-0. Take 2. Let him squeeze it. And that's low ball 4. Sox lead at 5-4. So back-to-back walks to Ramirez and Diaz.
Bob McClure coming out to talk with his wild right-hander. It was a base hit in the walk. And all 5 charts a Hochever, so he's a pitcher of record on the downside. As Ned Yost went a long way with his starter in this one. Bullpen up and going. It's Wood in the pen.
Blake Wood. As here is Brent Morrell. Brent's due. He is 0 for 3, 0 for 7 in the series. And that's ball 1. Outfield straight up, about equidistant. And the count 2-0.
Crow came in averaging 4.5 walks per 9 innings. And for a reliever, that's not too good.
And that's out of play. Looking for it, got it, and a little tardy. So 2-2 the count. $5.91 for us, $4.91 for them. So a big strikeout. 2 down.
Bill throws his best pitch, the curveball. And he gets it.
So here's Lillibridge. He's 1 for 3. He just rocketed a single last inning by Escobar into left center field. And that curveball misses. Now, Brent, the 2-1 fastball is a pitch he's got to hit. You're not going to do anything with his curveball unless he hangs it. Outfield now straight up and spread out. There's a ball hit hard, but Gordon is right there, races over to make the catch. That ball was scalded by Lillibridge on the fastball. Meanwhile, 2 runs across the plate. We'll go to the 8th, leading 5-4. Sox lead at 5-4 here in the 8th inning. It'll be Hosmer, Francoeur, and Giovatella. Hosmer is 0 for 3. He's lined to right. Hit into a 3-6 double play. Excellent play by Lillibridge at first. And then bounce back to Peavy. Want to know the count. Pitchers of record right now are Jesse Crain and Luke Hochevar.
Chris Sale loosening in the pen.
Outfield straight up, spread out. where our guys play almost everybody. And the count 2-0. Ochever, a very, very aggressive hitter. And he will turn it loose. Probably swings the bat just about as hard as anybody in this league. And there's a base hit.
Jesse got that one out over the plate. Infield was playing him as a dead pull hitter, and he took it right back up the middle.
So the leadoff man aboard, and that'll bring up Francoeur. Francoeur is 1 for 3 with a stolen base, a run scored, and a couple of strikeouts.
Hosmer will run, but he hasn't run all that effectively. Been successful 6 of 10 times.
And there's a base hit. So trouble of brewing right here in the top of the 8th. Back-to-back singles.
Francoeur loves the first pitch. That wasn't a bad pitch. In fact, it happened to be a good one. It's just that Francoeur went down and got it. Now you'd have to figure that Giovatola will be laying it down right at Morel.
He is 2 for 3. 2 singles, a run scored, and then he hit a ball deep in the left center field. Would not have been a home run, but it would have been off the wall, but Pierre was there. He's got his hand way up on that bat as Brent missed the sign. Wheel play was on.
Yeah,
or one of the two. Either Alexi missed it or Brent missed it.
Well, the way it was defended there, Brent would have had to come and get that bunt because Alexi was standing right behind him.
And here comes some rain. Now he flip-flops him, pops him up. Thank you. Quentin is there, so that's out number 1.
Big break because that was a pitcher's pitch. Swung at it inside and couldn't do anything with it.
So we catch a big break right there. And here's Perez, who has struck out, doubled and scored, and grounded to short. And there's a curveball strike. Goes through the fastball. That one at 95. And ground ball. Take your time, boys. You got plenty of it. Rack them up. Jesse pitches out of it. And we'll go to the bottom of the 8th with this 1-run lead.
One more with Kansas City tomorrow afternoon. And then after the off day on Monday, the Indians come to town, along with the Texas Rangers. And that rounds out the homestand. So that's our Feldco upcoming schedule. And the rain is pelting down here at U.S. Cellular Field.
Well, according to the radar, it should not last long. That's the reason I think that Roger Bossert just went out to talk to Mike Winters, the crew chief, and tell him it probably won't last too long.
We got Blake Woods on the mound. He's 5-1, the ERA 3.86. As we look for a little insurance with the bottom part of the order. Tyler Flowers has had a good night.
He is 2 for 3. Outfield straight up, and they're short. And if you missed that at bat leading off the 5th inning, poof. He just muscled it out of here for his first major league home. Now the rain's starting to come a little harder, and Mike Winters is on. That's enough. So he calls it at 10-14. So the Sox, with a 2-run rally in the 7th inning, taking this 5-4 lead. We led it 2-0 after 4, and then in the top of the 5th they scored 4. We came back 1 in the bottom of the 5th with Tyler's first home run, and then added 2 in the 7th. Leadoff infield single by Juan Pierre, the walk to Vizquel. Nerco struck out, then a double by Quinton, and back-to-back walks to Alexei and Diaz. Diaz's walk forced in the run. So it is a 5-4 Sox lead. If you missed the game last night, Bruce Chin just dazzled our hitters as Kansas City won their 6th of 9 games against us this year. They beat us 5-1.
I thought Ned Yost was a little patient with Hochevar tonight. He went 6+ innings, charged with all 5 runs on 8 hits. But it was the control of Aaron Crow that wound up doing him in the 7th inning. And he not only gave up the tie, but gave up the lead. That's where we stand at 5-4, despite being out hit 11-9.
All right, we'll check some scores for you. Cleveland beat Minnesota 3-1. Tomlin 12-5 over Dunsing, who was 8-11. Tigers trailed at 5-0. Scherzer then bowed his neck. He stayed in there and hung around as they came back and beat Baltimore 6-5. Scherzer 12-7 the winner. Guthrie 5-16 the loser. Valverde with his 35th save. D-backs beat the Mets 6-4 out in Phoenix. Daniel Hudson now 12-8 with a 3.76 ERA over Carrasco, who was 1-3. Rockies beat the Cardinals 6-1 in St. Louis. Hamill over Garcia. San Francisco shut out Florida 3-0. That was Lincecum 11-9, but he has a 2.58 ERA over Vasquez. Wilson with his 35th save. Cincinnati hammered San Diego 13-1. Bailey over Stauffer. Cubs beat Atlanta 8-4. Wells over Lowe. Marmol picked up his 27th save. Phillies gained another game on Atlanta. They went back to 8.5 up over the Braves as they beat Washington 11-3. Oswalt over Lannon. Texas beat Oakland 7-1. Lewis over Cahill. Yankees over Tampa Bay 9-2. Hughes over Hellickson. Estrada shut out Pittsburgh 1-0. Correa the loser. Axford picked up his 34th save. Blue Jays hammered the Angels 11-2 up in Canada. Romero over Weaver. And other partials, Dodgers leading Houston 2-0, top of the fifth in L.A. Seattle leading Beckett and the Red Sox 5-0. That's in the fourth inning. Felix Hernandez on the bump for the Mariners. And that is up to date on all the major league scores. And right here, the rain starting really to come down. And we're going to take a break. And when we come back, it'll be Gail Fisher and Chris Bowden on our sports desk. ready to get underway, and Blake went on the bumps, don't he?
He's already got a 2-0 count against Tyler Flowers, who's got a couple of hits today, including his first home run and first run batted in, coming back in the 5th inning. So he's one of the heroes of tonight, along with Juan Pierre, who's been a tremendous table setter. He's in the on-deck circle. And the Sox dearly looking for an insurance run as they cling to a 5-4 lead.
So here we go. 2-0 the count to Tyler. Outfield, they're bunched and straight up, about equidistant. Moustakas well back and off the line at third, and the count moves to 3-0. Had a 42-minute delay. Earlier we had an hour and 25-minute before we started the ball game. And there's ball 4, so the leadoff walk. That's the 6th walk issued by Kansas City pitching, and that'll bring up Juan Pierre, who's had a big night. 3 for 4, stolen base, and 2 runs scored.
Moustakas went over to talk with Woods about the possible Pierre bunt, because when you do pick up the baseball, it's going to be wet, so it's going to be very difficult to handle.
And takes first ball, fastball, strike. 4-11-1 for the Royals, 5-9-1 for our Sox. Second of this 3-game set. Sox trying to square the series up. Kansas City won 5-1 last evening. Now big gap out there in right center as there's a bunt. Good. And nice pick right there by Hosmer.
We told you about the wet baseball, and it almost cost him a throw into right field. Good bunt. He picks it up barehanded, something you really don't want to do when you have that kind of time. And Hosmer does a terrific job of making sure that this one doesn't go into right field.
So here's Omar. Omar 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. Outfield playing him just the way they played Juan Pierre as there's first pitch strike.
Everybody has different things they do during rain delays. Some it's just superstition, others just wanting to kill some time. We will show you what Omar decided to do this time.
There's a chopper to Hopper. Hosmer will take it himself.
Omar decided that he thinks he should clean the dugout. Not necessarily a bad idea.
Well, most guys in rain delays, as you mentioned, a lot of them used to play cards, sit around, tell some lies, whatever. Now the iPad has taken over. iPad is prevalent in the clubhouse. Is they're going to put Paulie on to get to Quentin. Paulie 1 for 4. And that one hit coming back in the 3rd inning with Juan Pierre aboard. And here's what it was.
Nothing to nothing game at that point until that one left the yard.
So Paulie 27 homers, 82 knocked in, and a 10-game hitting streak. Now 2 out runners at the corners, and here comes Quentin. He's 1 for 4, but it was a big hit. It was an RBI double last inning. And that set the stage for Omar, who had walked, to be forced in on a bases loaded walk to Alejandro Diaz. So the outfield, just a bit of a gap in left center. And as we've been saying throughout the course of the game, this Kansas City outfield is one of the best in the business. And for the most part, they play very shallow. Breaking ball low and away.
Wood does have a wild pitch this year.
Could not check it up on a bad pitch. So the count evens at 1. Quinn also flied softly to center, struck out, and grounded to short. Got a pretty good pitch to hit right there. High breaking ball and couldn't do anything with it.
Wood hangs it. It's supposed to break. It doesn't. Then the backup slider is more effective than the regular slider.
And that, I'll tell you, this Salvador Perez behind the plate, he looks pretty good. He's a 21-year-old receiver, and he really moves around well back there, blocking balls. He's got a gun for an arm. And another hanger.
Yeah, that one Perez expected low and away, and he hung it right on the inner portion of the plate.
And once again, the 2-2. And he just did get a piece of that one.
Looked like Chris Sale probably will come in to nail it down with Moustakas, Escobar, and Gordon due up in their half of the 9th inning.
And there was the fastball. That one at 98, and he's just underneath it. Now the pitchers of record, Jesse Crane and Luke Hochevar. And Jake Peavy threw 115 pitches tonight. So his strength is just coming back and back and back, getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
Jake went 6 2/3, gave up 4 runs on 9 hits with just 1 walk, and that was intentional. He fanned 6.
Well, they scored all 4 runs in the 5th inning. Outside of that, he was good. So the payoff pitch. That was a get me over breaking ball. Another hanger. He's had 3 hangers in this sequence. And once again. And that's ball 4. So that'll bring up Alexei. He's 1 for 2 with 2 walks and a stolen base. Now Cabrera moves over. towards Gordon and left. Big gap out there in right center. And that's on the way. All right, Lexi. Dial it up. Sox pack 2 out, 1-1 ball game, and a 1-0 count. And now, dial it up again. 2-0.
Aaron Crow walked in the go-ahead run back in the 7th inning. Would look like he's on the verge of walking in an insurance run. Bob McClure comes out. Are they going to suggest to him that he throw the ball in the strike zone?
That would help if he did. Bob McClure could throw it in the strike zone. He was a crafty southpaw. A lengthy meeting as Chris Guccione making a token effort.
Wood has walked 3 in the inning, one of them an intentional walk to Paulie.
Zone him in, reel him in, and light him up right here, Alexi. No, don't help him out. 3-0, take 2. Big run out there. And there is call strike. Top of the zone.
That had the strike zone. Bank of America pitch tracks.
And there's another one. That one right on the outside corner.
Muncy better quit walking, or this one's going to be strike 3.
Ball 4, base hit. And a little soft ground ball, so Blake Wood comes back from a 3-0 count, bases loaded, and gets out of it. We'll go to the 9th, leading 5-4.
Chris Sale comes into this one. Sale at 2-1, ERA 2.68, on for the 45th time. And he's going to be asked to nail it down. 2 of the 3 due up or left-handers.
Moustakas is 0 for 3 tonight. He is struck out, lying back to Peavy, and going out to right field. So Lilliebridge back at first, couple of steps off the line. Outfield for the most part straight up and spread out. First ball, breaking ball. Take it yourself, Grant. 1 out. So that'll bring up Escobar, who's 1 for 3 with a single, an RBI, and a stolen base. Kansas City tonight, 2 stolen bases. They have 118 on the season. And there's a strike. Believe it or not, the Yankees were leading the league coming into the night with 119. Been a while since I've seen the Yankees leading the league in stolen bases.
Brett Gardner, one of the big factors. Curtis Granderson.
There's a strike. That one in 96. So the count 1-2. He gone. 2 down.
Good sharp breaking slider. Right-handed, left-handed, doesn't matter. That ball breaks about 3 feet. And by the time Escobar went to swing at it, it was a good foot inside.
So here's Gordon, and a good job by Jesse Crane. Jesse, inning in the 3rd, came in and jammed in the 7th, got out of it. Then got in a jam in the 8th, and then he bowed his neck, which he will do, and pitched out of that. There's a breaking ball strike. Gordon 1 for 4, a couple of strikeouts and a pop up to short. And the count 0-2.
Starting to rain again, so no setup pitch. One more slider. See you tomorrow.
Grab some bench. The 1-2. And that's high.
Got to end it with this guy. You don't want to face Melky Cabrera. He's in the on-deck circle.
First base. He'll take it himself, and this ball game is over. So the Sox come back, scoring 2 times in the 7th inning to take a 5-4 lead, and Crane and Sale nail it down. And once again, that bullpen doing a job.
A terrific job as Chris Sale saves his 4th game